Good evening. Welcome to tonight's episode of Once Upon a Roll. Last we left off, the group had begun to solidify their plans to confront Relin Mortis, the man who leads the plague doctors that have been acting as a guard force, as well as perhaps something else for the lord of the city, Logain Sanvanik, who, according to your ally, Alexander, is a creature known as a vampire. It is changing others in the city into thralls, spawn of his, under the pretense of this plague that you all had found no evidence of. Working with Alexander, as well as working with the Temple of the Raven Queen, two groups that are okay in line with you, but not so much with each other. You have discovered where Relin Mortis at least spends part of his evening, as well as a plan to gather information from him in some one way or another as to the construction of the barriers of fog that surround the manor of Logan. Upon getting that information, the Temple of the Raven Queen says that they should be able to dispel that fog and allow you access to confront Logain Sanvanik and his wife Michelle. Left you before a night's rest within the Temple of the Raven Queen. Morning comes. He said, when you decide to pull the trigger on this plan is up to you, but once you start, something that you'll have to see through. So, what do you guys want to do?
We're on the day that we weren't gonna do anything, right?
I believe that this day you might have the amulets ready if that's what you were waiting on.
Yeah, I think that's what we wanted to do.
Then they might be ready by today, according to the person making them. They might be ready before the evening, they might not, but they should definitely be ready by the next morning. So maybe not, as far as whether they'll be ready here if you wanted to do it tonight.
Out of character, the Spotify bot is muted.
There you go.
Oh,
For some reason.
I thought it was something on my end.
No.
Well,
Alright.
it dropped or whatever, but
Yeah, it dropped and then it came back and it was muted.
Yeah, I didn't have it on repeat, so it just dropped after one iteration of the song. And it joins the server muted for some reason. Anyways.
okay. So we talked to Alexander, and he told us that we need like wooden shafts. So maybe we should spend some time modifying arrows. Those of us who have bows and stuff.
I have some bolts, yeah, but I could try to see if I can get the tip off, I guess.
Well, doing so, it would be an effort. It would take time, as you don't have the proper tools for doing such a thing.
Of course I don't.
Possible, of course. But if you took a dagger, you took some time, you could cut off the head of some bolts and make them into fireable little stakes, I suppose, if that is the plan.
Fireable steaks. That sounds yummy.
Not that kind of steak.
If only.
No, not even. That's like meteors.
Are you thinking about food at the moment?
The food in the town sucks. What do you expect from me?
Well, okay, fine. Once we get out of here and back to Ampeville, I'll buy you a nice big steak, okay?
Cool.
That sounds lovely.
Maybe we could, find a vendor that could help us, like someone who makes arrows and stuff. Maybe they could help, speed up the process of having a decent amount of arrows or bolts or something. Too. I don't even have a knife.
We could try to find you a knife at the same time we're trying to find somebody who could, give us arrows or bolts that don't have the tips.
Well, I was just, trying to remember all the stuff you went over with us about, like, what could be good about, how to fight them. And are we still in the temple right now? Because maybe...
Yes.
Okay, maybe we should go somewhere. We can't go anywhere.
Well, I can't
Well-
go anywhere.
I mean, we can go, but we either have to leave Duran behind, or he would have to be polymorphed, or we just have to take the risk and try to lie if we get caught, or report.
They're all options.
So, like, there's a lot of stuff that... Well, I mean, maybe I could, like, make water move around them to make it, like, if they are, that way, it would hurt them, from what was said before. I'm kind of saying quietly in a hushed voice, trying to not let anybody else in the temple hear me.
Well,
Oh,
maybe.
I was going to say...
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Washing dishes?
I was getting water. Wow, you can hear that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, we could hear it.
I thought you were shushing me.
No! Oh my god!
What do I do? I was like,
Just aggressive shushing. Just violently aggressive shushing.
I thought you were frying something on a pan.
I was like, are you pressure washing your driveway? What's going on? He's like, you know what? Steak sounds really good right now. Let me make one.
Oh my god, no way.
Oh. Okay,
Oh
go
my
ahead.
god, it's been 5 minutes and my jaws hurt. Stop.
Okay. Nimue,
Before you
go ahead.
really shushed Nemo, what were you...
I don't know. I kind of was just sort of recapping the stuff that was told to us so that maybe we could use some of it. And I think he has some of those thingies for crossbows, so maybe he might be a source of them. I don't know how many he has, though, But, I don't know. Is there anything? I mean, you were working on the water stuff yesterday. How did that go?
What did you even do with some water?
Or is it today? I forget when we are.
No, it's the next day. It was the day before, and Durand, as you and Bernard did, successfully complete 4 phials of holy water.
Heck
Basically. Anyways, continue as I look up exactly what holy water does for you.
I don't even know. I think it'd be a good though.
Okay, so maybe Nerdion and I could go try to find, a knife or someone who's has like unfinished arrows, because that would be easier to sharpen, or crossbow bolts, whatever the case, Or I mean, it seems like it. What were you saying? Sorry.
Yeah, the crossbow bolts would be better for me, definitely, because I don't have a normal bow. I just have, the crossbow bolt.
Yeah. Well, I meant both because I have a bow, so we could use.
Oh yeah. I keep forgetting that you have one.
I mostly use it with magic stuff, but
I do wonder where we should try to find some arrows for, both of us.
Okay. So you guys want to go and get arrows? Are you looking for like completed arrows or
We don't want
incomplete
tips.
arrows? Might
We
be
don't.
weird. I'm not sure like what the market would be for someone in the marketplace for almost completed products, but
I'm practicing my ability to craft things. I need that experience. Wink, wink.
Okay. So are the two of you heading out? Is Duran staying back?
Is there anything that you need, Durant, or that you can think of that would be good or helpful, or,
Well, the fanciest thing I could think of was holy water, but thankfully we already have that. I don't suppose you can get bottled sunlight. Is that a thing?
we have some of that.
We have bottled sunlight?
And you can't have it.
I can't.
What?
Why not?
No, I'm keeping it. I took it, and I'm keeping the prism of.
Oh. Okay, well that works.
Well, I mean, I guess it.
Duran wants a sharp piece of wood.
I don't. I guess.
I guess it's good that we don't have all the items on just one of us. If that person goes down, then it might be difficult to get to them. So I don't know.
It's mostly that this
Who's going down?
What? Well, I mean, I just mean specifically the prism is very, it was bad when it was used against me.
Yeah, it was.
So, if when I shapeshift, it's out of reach of anybody, it's probably good.
Maybe I don't know how it works. Oh no, he's rolling.
Keep going. Don't worry about me.
All right, here you have it, Neri. I give it to Neri.
No,
I trust you. In case you need to use it.
No, I mean, I think
you're the one who doesn't have a super powerful whatever thing. Like I mean, you saw me in that other temple, right?
Yeah, but I mean, do I need super powerful things? I think. I mean, I met Gorvat implode. Kind of. Or is it explode?
That's pretty much sunlight in a bottle, I guess.
Just if things are bad and there are a lot of them around. You saw how it affected the one here in the temple.
Yeah.
it also does not need attunement, so it's just a magical item that you can.
Well, you keep it for now still, though, and we'll think about it on the way while we're getting the stuff that we need, okay?
No, someone else needs to have it.
Okay. Fine.
It's because of what they can do. If I'm something dangerous, you could also use it on me.
What are you suggesting that you would become one of them?
No, I'm saying that they can. Well, I mean, Durant has not on purpose but been forced to attack us before.
Oh, you mean that
you know.
that thing? I mean, but aren't we getting those necklaces for that?
Well, hopefully, but just in case.
But what if I turn evil?
Well, hopefully they don't know you have it, so they don't suggest you use it.
Fine. I guess I'll take it.
Okay. So, you guys are going out to find ammunition?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and make investigation checks, whoever.
Hey, that was a 19, but it's -2.
That's not bad.
Uh, 15 plus 9, so that's whatever.
That's numbers.
15
Yeah,
plus
that's
9 numbers. All right. So you're able to.
24.
Yep. You guys, within, I would say, 45 minutes or so. It's not a huge market for these things at the moment, it seems. But you do find something that might. It looks like it's like an old hunter shop type deal, but at the moment it's been sort of renovated or adjusted so that it's this probably the proprietor, the owner of the shop. It's now their place of business as well as more home now than anything. You can see a lot of the goods and wares have been pushed off into the side, have been neglected. It's dusty, a little dirty. It's more of a home than it is a shop right now. But at one point, it looks like it was a store that provided things for hunters or travelers, explorers going out into the wilderness.
Is there a person here too?
There is a person there too, yes.
So I can just talk to them instead of just wandering around this house shop?
That would be really weird if there wasn't a person.
Yeah, you can see that they're outside. The shop is has a set of rather large doors, and to kind of promote this sort of like natural lighting, they have doors open, so you're kind of like seeing in as they're uh, sitting like just outside of the shop slash home.
Oh, I'm gonna lean forward and wave.
Food on like a small fire in front of them, like part way into the street.
Like, hello.
Morning.
You wouldn't happen to sell things like arrows or crossbow bolts or perhaps unfinished ones?
He looks behind him towards it. I, well, used to. I suppose I still could. Have to find it. It's been a while since I've done that, but how many are you looking for? And for what cause? Not many people going out. And he stands up from the chair and heads into the shop. Not many people going out hunting these days.
Well, it's good to have things just in case, you know?
I suppose. And he walks to a corner and just starts grabbing like just handfuls of stuff, tossing it off to the side, just going through things. Stuff begins to clatter down the pile, rolling a few feet away. So, how many pieces of ammunition are you each looking for?
Uh, who knows how many there will be? But,
I would say at least 10, maybe.
I guess I would be more careful and go 20.
All right. One of you, please roll a percentile for me.
You do it, Nimue.
That's 80.
80. Okay. So, through his searching, as well as some help from the two of you, you could see that a lot of this stuff has been, like I said, neglected, and just due to the nature of how it has seems to have been haphazardly thrown here. He does occasionally find these bundles of um, arrows or arrow shafts, but due to how they had been there, how long they'd been there, how weight had shifted above them, you can see a lot of them are splintered and unusable. Um, as far as between everything that he manages to pull off and salvage that hadn't been destroyed or worn beyond use, you find, say, about 7 usable arrows and around 16 bolts that serve this purpose. A mix of finished and unfinished. Most of them unfinished.
So, do you have anything else interesting?
You have to forgive me. It's been a while since I've gone through my sales pitch spiel. It would depend on what you're looking for. I mean, I'm sure that if that's not enough, there are means for you to, if you have the time, maybe carve out your own. I'm sure that there's no short supply of dead sticks lying around the city.
Yes, I would like that. I would be interested.
Okay, I could give you everything that you would need to maybe start whittling down some of your own for a gold piece. And as far as the ammunition goes, 2 silver for the lot of that should be just fine. And you can see him like trying to remember prices and things like that, and may or may not. You can see him eventually just settle on a number. He's not a shopkeep really anymore, so any amount would help him. So he's like, what, I wasn't using it anyway. Who cares?
Do you have any, like magical stuff? Or anything like that?
Magical? No. I rarely dealt in that sort of thing, even when the business was good.
Oh,
Had
you
the
don't.
occasional thing coming through, but not anymore. Certainly not. Those were the first things that got sold off when things started getting rough around here.
What about the bow? Do you have a usable one?
I do, yes. You looking for a short bow or a long bow?
Going to look at narrow down and be like, which one do you think he could use?
Oh, Duen?
Yeah.
Ah, hmm. I'm not really sure because he hasn't really even used a bow at all except during the festival, pretty much.
But I'm pretty sure he could use one. Maybe a short one so it doesn't take up so much space.
Maybe? I mean,
But then he's
yeah.
like tall, so like would maybe a longbow be more? I don't know proportions.
Uh, I'm gonna turn to the shopkeep and I'm not. I don't think you might have dealt with too many dragonborns, but which one do you think would be better for one?
Well, just like most people for Dragonboard, it depends on preference. A short bow, usually more maneuverable, mobile. If you're planning on dealing in a more like a dense forest where you don't have as much room to readjust aim, but if you're planning on hunting more in open fields, a longbow has much better range to it and packs a little bit more of a punch.
So I think a short bow would be better.
I think so too.
Okay. So as he goes and he tries to find the short bow that he has that's in its best condition, you can see he does spend 10, 15 minutes like finishing it up and taking the best one that he had and making it working out any sort of imperfections that might have accrued based on the poor storage conditions back to a more presentable type. And you can see by the way he works, he is, skilled at his craft, if not having let it go by the wayside. So the total for everything um, is 26 gold and 2 silver.
Uh, I'll give in just even 30 gold. 30 gold.
Why, thank you. If there's anything else you need or uh, could use my help with it, I appreciate it.
Well, if we need anything else, then we'll come back to you, I guess.
All right, thank you. And you can see him like as you're doing, like peeking over your shoulder, just maybe making sure that there isn't anyone lingering just outside, having watched him just come into a fairly nice amount of money. Or he goes off to, as you guys leave, you can see him like kind of stashing it underneath some junk or a floorboard somewhere before he goes back out as his food is starting to burn and just saves it quickly before just kind of going back to his meal, seemingly in better spirits than before.
Um, did we need anything else, Ella?
I don't think so. I mean, we could try to find food or something, but you know. Oh, here, and I'm going to hand Neridion like 10 gold.
No. I'm just gonna. I'm not gonna take it. No, you keep it. You keep it.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. I mean, you like spent so much money. Who knows how much money you spent on that dress that you gave me and all the other stuff too. And I don't know.
No.
I can always make that money back easily, quite easily actually.
Okay. But yeah, food. What do you think he would like? Durant, I mean?
We was talking about steaks, so maybe that. But I mean, it could be, you know. I'm not saying this like in bad sense or anything, but you know, we could be a little bit cruel and just get him some fruits and other kinds of stuff, vegetables and stuff like that.
But vegetables are delicious.
They are. They are, actually, they are. We could, you know, make him some nice vegetable soup or something. Yes, actually, that
dying.
would sound good.
He would love that.
But yeah, we definitely should make some vegetable soup or something. Yeah.
Well, I don't really have anywhere to cook. I mean, unless they let me cook in the temple or somewhere.
Well,
We could check on that guy.
that guy?
The, Sparrow.
I guess?
Are we on that side of town? I don't know where we are.
You're not on that side of town right now.
Well, let's go find some, you know, supplies first. You know, vegetables and stuff, and then at the same time think if we should try to find Sparrow or go back to the temple and...
So what are you guys looking for? Just food? Stuff?
anything but meat.
Anything but meat. Got it. Alright. So you guys are able to get things for, you know, enough food for breakfast for the three of you for 4 silver.
I'll pay too.
Okay.
I will pay the rest. Or,
Yep.
Yeah.
unless you were saying you're paying for all of it as
Maybe
well.
I'm paying all.
Okay, fine. You said the number. I got confused.
Alright. Anything else that you guys want to do?
Hello, we could... I mean... I'm looking around the city and trying to think where we are a bit and...
Okay, at the
Oh.
moment, to get the food, you did wander to more north in the city, which would be on the side of town where you guys had rented the rooms and the inn, and where Sparrow should still be.
I mean, I think we're getting kind of close to Sparrow, or we could still try to go to either temple or maybe even to Alexander's.
Oh, yeah, I mean, either would be. I'm not sure what to do. Let's make sure that Durant has something to eat, because he's kind of cooped up and I feel bad. It's kind of a little bit my fault.
Well, I don't think it's really your fault. It's kind of like at least all of our fault. It's not just yours. Definitely not just yours.
Well, I played the part in it, and I feel
Yeah,
good.
but it's still not just yours, so don't fully blame yourself.
Alright.
Lead the way, and I'll follow you
So
wherever
you guys prepare. So you guys head back to the temple, somewhere either outside or with the use of the temple's facilities.
if they
You
let us.
you prepare a nice vegetable-based breakfast for the three of you. Durand, your meal is placed in front of you as Elevor and Neredion. Or as Elevor comes out of the kitchen, not sure if Neredion was in there or not.
Maybe I was.
Maybe. You don't know when. Not even sure if she got back or not. So it's more of a late breakfast at this point. You're closing in on afternoon time as you guys are sitting around eating.
Yay. Vegetable breakfast.
Hey, it's good for your body.
Is there something wrong with it?
No, it's lovely.
I'm squinting my eyes at Rand.
Why? You set him up for this.
He didn't
Exactly.
sound sincere.
Do you know if
Somehow,
I'm being sincere or not? I think I sound pretty convincing.
Are you trying to convince people?
I'm not trying to lie to anyone, but I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, if you're at somebody's house, right, and they give you food and you don't like it, but you have to eat it anyways. I don't know if anyone's been put in that situation. That happens to me all the damn time.
Nope.
I eat every food.
My God.
What?
Free food.
Except for weirdly shaped pasta.
Weirdly shaped pasta? What is weirdly
That's
shaped
the
pasta?
only thing that I don't like.
anything other than
Linguine?
spaghetti noodles.
Okay, so like you have
What?
certain pastas have to be used for certain pasta dishes, right?
Wait.
What?
No, wait.
Like you can't have macaroni and cheese with spaghetti noodles. What?
I can't stand spaghetti noodles. I'll literally eat any other type of pasta except noodles.
So you don't like spaghetti with
I
spaghetti
can't
noodles?
stand it.
Why?
It's like worms.
Nope, I don't like the bow ties. I don't like your weird corkscrew spirals. I don't like none of that bullshit. You got spaghetti noodles for spaghetti, and you have shells for macaroni. Elbows are acceptable if you're in a pinch, but never preferable over shells.
Oh, you fools.
Okay, no, alright. I agree with everything. Alright.
I mean, they all taste the same. It's just
No.
the shape.
No, it's not the same. Mm-mm.
You're gonna
It
tell me
really
that
is
spaghetti
not.
with spaghetti noodles, if you are a fan of spaghetti, is the same as spaghetti with shells? No. You can't put spaghetti sauce on shells. No.
Well, I mean, you
I
can.
totally
It's
can.
it's not gonna taste the same.
It's not gonna. It's gonna be
It
awful.
tastes the
What it's gonna
same.
be.
Totally tastes the same.
Nope. Nope.
Anyways.
That's literally like the only thing I can think of as far as food I don't like. That's it. That's the only thing I'm picky about. Just the shape of my pasta noodles.
Well, on a personal level, I can't stand my veggies, and Daron will eat them, but he doesn't like them.
Doesn't have to like them. It's a different time.
Exactly.
Doesn't have that luxury. You can't just go to Walmart and pick up a bag of jerky. Can't drive to the local gas station.
It appears it was a meal made by Elevorn, so I will eat it.
You will have to
Ron's
eat it.
investigative journalism going on there. Elvon went into the kitchen with ingredients and came back out with meals. Perhaps she.
Who knows? Neri was in there too, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah,
we don't know.
hasn't burned down
We never
yet,
know.
so it probably wasn't Dion.
You'll never know if I was there or not.
I assume
I don't
that
even know if
Neridion-
she went in there.
I just
She probably
assume
snuck in there.
It's part of my headcanon until proven otherwise that Neridion can't cook.
Probably can't, yeah. She actually hasn't
No.
cooked any meals.
I see her, she's like super like deft and sleight of hand and dexterous and graceful and everything except for cooking. And then I
Yeah.
see her as like just a bumbling mess. That's my. For some reason, she gives that vibe off to me.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
She can't cook. She never has, you know, she never had to cook.
He snatches some jerky off of like a market stall or something, and that's it. Steals a piece of bread. Gotta
Or
eat to
buys
live,
food
eat,
in a tavern and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I mean, we did have that episode where Meridian was just eating a turkey leg for a long time, and then she was drinking beer a lot.
Yeah.
That's like, yeah. That's like Neridion's diet right there. Just
Yeah. Yep.
alcohol and turkey legs.
I mean, Neri likes meat, but
around in arm wrestling.
I mean, sure, Neri likes meat, but she'll still eat vegetables.
Yeah, balanced diet. She understands.
And if it's made by Elevorn, that it's gonna be delicious.
All right. So, you guys complete your meal with satisfied tummies. What are you doing? Is there anything that you want to do until a certain time?
Try to work on those arrows and bolts. I don't know.
So, I love one. You do have a wood carver's. You do have wood carver's tools now.
Yay! So we can do that now.
Yep, you purchased those from Mr. Man at the shop. Let me just see if I can find anything. The player's handbook doesn't necessarily have anything on that. So you guys gonna try to convert the ammunition that you had to, wooden tipped ammunition? Ammunition, I suppose, would be the way to say it.
The headless arrows.
Headless
Arrow.
arrows.
Steaks.
Arrowed stakes.
So, the wood carver's tools consist of a knife, a gouge, and a small saw. As part of a short rest, you can craft up to 5 arrows. So I would say that with that, you guys could potentially do 5 arrows an hour, potentially. Are you going to take the time to do that and craft the arrow/bolts that you guys have, whittle them into, take the heads off of whichever ones you need to, and then proceed?
I also want to give Durant the bow.
Okay.
Thank you. I think. I mean, it's been a bit, but I'm sure it'll come in handy.
You could practice. Maybe.
Do you wanna go practice, Durant?
Maybe. Let's see.
I mean, I could probably teach you.
Yeah.
Well, if you want to go practice, maybe you could take him to the graveyard or something. You could sneak in if I put polymorph in your ring, and then you can break it or whatever. You wouldn't be able to get back though. But maybe it'd be dark.
You can come back after dark, maybe.
Yeah, that could work.
And I could work on the arrows here.
Alright, so you guys are sneaking into the graveyard to practice archery?
Yeah.
Apparently so.
Just making sure I've got that correct. Alright,
That's right. It's been months.
sure.
In
By
months.
fucking, like 3 days.
Well, the wall is like a stone wall, right?
Yes,
So like passersby wouldn't be able to see them.
sure.
It's only like whatever is in there, which is nobody right now.
Sure.
Because the hag is gone too. So
Uh-huh.
like maybe there's zombies, but you know they were coming
That's what
probably.
you're going there for, right?
Yeah.
That's the practice.
And the occasional, plague doctor.
We don't worry
They
about
could
those.
practice too. Yeah, they could practice.
Yeah, I could use it on them.
Okay. So, Randon Naradian, you said you had a polymorph in there?
Do you want a fog cloud too?
What now?
Like the fog cloud, because I mean you can hold. I think that will work. A level 4 and a level 1.
Yep, that would work.
Yeah, it might work. Might help.
But they're both using your attention though. Okay, so can't do both at the same time.
Alright, so you put a polymorph and a fog cloud into the Ring of Spell story. Are you guys just going out, or are you going to polymorph Drand before
Oh,
you leave?
I could polymorph you before you go. Well, I mean, I could go with you, I guess. And then come. I don't know. How far is everything? I'm trying to figure out. Because the safest thing probably would be to polymorph you, and then she could polymorph you to come back when you're ready.
Yeah, it could be a bit difficult to get him out of the graveyard if it's not
Graveyard
polymorph.
is pretty close to the Temple of the Raven Queen.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, it is.
Alright. So, I will do the first polymorph. What do you want to be? Something small this time, probably.
I don't know. Surprise me. You're good with animals.
A raccoon. I'm going to pick him up. I'm like, so you can be sneaky.
Definitely something I wouldn't be used to.
There you go. Alright, so Netadion and her new pet raccoon. You guys head out of the temple. Both of you, if you're going to attempt to sneak into the graveyard, to make a stealth check.
I mean, the only way into the graveyard is by stealth.
Yes.
How stealthy is a raccoon?
That is a great question. Glad you asked. I don't believe the Monster Manual Player's Handbook has raccoon in there. I would assume a close approximation to raccoon. If anyone disagrees. Maybe.
Wait, there's a raccoon.
What?
There's a raccoon.
No,
What
there's
is
not.
it?
No, there's
Yeah,
not.
there is. Yeah, there
No,
is.
No, there's not.
Looking at it right now.
You're looking at some bullshit that's not official, I promise you. What's the source book? What's the source book?
Pictures.
What's the source book?
Show me this again. Where's the
What's-
source?
What's the source book? Please. Please tell
Legacy
me.
Companions 2017.
I linked something.
Is that official source book?
Yeah, that's what I went to. This is the website I'm on. I don't know where is the what weird thing he's asking me about.
I don't think it's actually in a source book. I think it's just somebody made up stats.
Somebody
Homebrew.
made up stats.
Yeah, it
SRD
doesn't
or
make-
whatever.
You know what? What about a badger?
Badger. Mushroom.
Wait, what is that? The raccoon has +3 dexterity? I don't think so.
Why not?
I
They're
don't know.
fast.
No.
Do you know anything about raccoons? They
I
are
know
very
plenty
dexterous.
about I know enough about raccoons.
Freaking
to know
smart
They have
and
hands.
dexterous.
They're not gonna have a +3
How about
dexterity.
that they have 14
I
wisdom?
get it. Yeah, they have hands and they can pick shit up. That doesn't mean everybody with hands has a +3 dexterity.
I mean, they're really freaking smart in real life, though.
They are.
They have
That's what I was
tons.
saying. Like,
Smart isn't dexterity.
well,
They're
I mean, they also
smart
get
and
impulses.
Tons.
It also gave them a +2 constitution. Yeah, I get that they eat trash, but that's not. You know what?
How does
They
that
don't
not
get a
equate to
+2
constitution?
because they eat trash.
They literally eat garbage.
I
They
get
eat
that
rotting
they
things.
eat garbage, but that doesn't mean you get a +2 constitution.
Yeah, I think it does.
No, it does not.
You know, I like
You're
this
just
stat
like-
block.
You're looking at a stat block, and I say, "Hey, look, it's a swarm of houseflies +8 constitution." And you're like, "Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
They eat anything. That makes sense." Yep. No. No.
But it doesn't matter. They only have 2 HP.
Yeah, they have 2 HP. I mean, what is this? Plus
What
2
are they gonna
from
do,
me?
dude?
Oh, I'm sorry. This raccoon resists your poison because it just has. I get it. You tried to poison this raccoon, but it eats garbage sometimes, so it's sort of basically immune.
This is pretty good. I mean, it has -2 charisma because, they are trash pandas.
They also have just as much charisma as I do.
Too bad you didn't think about stuff for raccoons when me and Elevorn were, Neri and Elevorn were raccoons.
Oh, did you guys? But you guys didn't do anything that required. I don't
Yeah,
know.
but you still should have, prepared.
Oh, yeah, that should have been like, okay, you're right. You're right. You weren't even there, dude. We didn't even record it. That's lost to time now, unfortunately. That was a good one shot.
Hmm.
One shot with.
Next time, prepare.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Like, go
Do
through
better.
the dictionary, like just an encyclopedia of all animals. I'm going to start off with, like, okay, time to stat up an aardvark. Let's get going, guys.
Yeah, but raccoons are
Alright.
kind of cute and stuff, and I've summoned a lot of them over the course of every
Yeah,
time that we
raccoons
have
are
played.
awesome.
Especially like when Bask was like, somebody wash me, and I was like, yeah, let's get some raccoons in
Yeah,
there.
at first I didn't make you make any checks to have them do that.
But
That's
didn't
your
the
bad. You
fact
should
that
have
they
made
were,
a check for them
Stat
to
them
wash.
they were swimming and lathering. So, I mean, that's
You know
pretty
what? They're probably more
dexterous.
dexterous than that. You're right. They're probably more dexterous than Neridiana is, considering that.
True.
Let's give them +6 base dexterity. Why not?
I think that'd be a good idea. You'd really help me out here.
No. How about shut up? All right. You know what? Stealth checks from the both of you. Durand as a raccoon, I'll give you +1 dexterity and proficiency in stealth.
Oh my god, what a
So,
fucking
let's call it
shame.
A +3 total to the roll.
I got 24.
Okay.
I got 14.
Okay. Fortunately enough, whatever natural, your natural instincts, Durand, as a raccoon, distract you from time to time. There's plenty of little morsels here and there that pique your senses and attention on every street corner, down every dark alleyway. That, and this isn't your time. It's daytime. This isn't. You shouldn't be out right now. You don't like it. You're like, as a raccoon here, you're like, I kind of understand these guys. The sun kind of sucks. I think I should go hide somewhere until nighttime. But you do manage to keep on following Neredion over a wall far enough away from what you guys assume is out of sight of any plague doctors. And you are now on the other side of the wall, inside of the graveyard. And Durand is a raccoon.
Oh, I was following them. at
Oh,
a
you were
distance.
following them?
Yeah,
Like from
not
a
very
from a
close.
distance,
Yeah,
shunning from a distance?
just being like, did they make it over the wall?
Alright, so from a distance, I love when you're watching as Durand occasionally like veers off course towards some
Oh,
pile of
wait.
trash somewhere.
Wait. I don't have to follow them. I can be smart.
Explain.
I'm just going to use the brace and be like, let me know when you're ready for him not to be that anymore.
And I highly doubt that Duran can actually respond himself, so I'm just going to let Elmore know when we're out, up over the wall and everything.
Yep.
We're on the other side of the wall at the moment.
So you're ready?
I don't think anybody is around, so whenever is good.
Okay, so then I'm going to drop concentration.
Alright, Durand is a Durand again.
Nice.
So heading a bit further into the cemetery, it's less foreboding in the daytime without the oppressive fog restricting your vision. You can see the weeds and the underbrush has really taken over a lot of these plots. A lot of this graveyard hasn't been tended to for what appears months, if not longer. You can see the headstones, the larger structures, as well as appear to be places that lead to an underground crypt every now and again, with either stone doors or barred and locked doors. But you guys continue getting far enough away from the outer wall until you feel it's safe to make a bit of noise that is going to happen with the drawing and firing of a bow. What are you guys doing?
Well,
I'm using this thing.
Okay.
guess I'll try to instruct Duran on, how to pull the bow back correctly and stuff like that.
Yeah. So slight sort of flashbacks of being in training, Durand, and frankly your least favorite part about it, attempting to deal with this wooden implement in your hands right now, and you fired bows before and you never really liked it that much. But with Neredion's aid, what are you aiming at? Are you just firing off arrows into the yonder right now just to fire them? Are you trying to hit them?
They're like a dead tree.
Yeah.
Plenty.
Perfect. A dead tree it
Yeah.
is.
All right. Go ahead and make a ranged attack roll with advantage due to Nadadion's help action.
Holy shit. Okay. Wait, what do I add to this?
It is your dexterity and proficiency.
Cool. So, a 0 plus 4. But it doesn't matter because I rolled a 19 and a fucking 20, so that's 24.
Nice. Natural 20? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, I crit the tree.
Crit the tree. Your
The
one
tree
crit.
explodes.
You're not critting in the next combat now. Good job. The tree does not explode. However, it does send a quite large crack down the trunk nearly to the base, maybe it stops about 2 feet above the base. It does some serious damage and wedges the arrow so far and so truly deep into the tree that it is hard, if not impossible, to get out without breaking the shaft. But that was first shot, one kill, like dead on, exactly where you wanted it. And you surprise yourself a little bit.
Good job. That tree is now extra dead.
Hmm.
No, I'm serious. That was very good. But try again.
Okay, I'll try again.
Are you helping him this time, or are you letting him do it on his own?
I'm still gonna help him this time.
Again, with advantage. Do better than that natural 20. That wasn't good enough.
I can't. The help changed this roll immensely. I rolled a 7 and a 17.
Okay. So you kind of get a little bit confident. You start to maybe either you get too confident or you overthink trying to replicate exactly your form of the last time, and it ends up feeling a little bit uncomfortable. But Nadadion instructs you and helps you to kind of regain that poise and composure that is necessary for the weapon that is currently in your hands, and you do manage to, not quite as impactfully as the last one, but still strike true at the same dead tree.
Still pretty good. Pretty good. You're doing quite well. Well, this wouldn't be practice if you wouldn't try again.
I'll try
And
again.
again. And again. And I'm not gonna help him this time.
Okay. By yourself, Duran. You're a big boy now.
Alright, that's not that bad. It is a 15 total.
Okay. Worse than the other two, but completely on your own, and you still manage to embed the arrow in the tree. It almost seems like it's going to sort of slice through or ricochet off, but it just manages to stick itself into the tree that you're firing at, maybe 40, 50 feet away.
I'm just nodding a little bit.
All right. So you guys staying there and just continuing to get comfortable with that weapon for a while. As Elevorn, you are whittling away at arrow shafts.
Yes, I am.
All right. Let's see. What kind of check would this be? I don't think it would need a check. I don't think it needs. No. Go ahead and just make a dexterity check. As you are taking what you had purchased and sharpening the points of the wood to a stake-like point, you're taking some of the arrows that you have, even, and using the small saw that came with it to shear off the heads of those arrows, and then use that to make into ammunition of your own design.
So that is an 11?
11? Not bad. you get the feeling that if you were using makeshift tools or things not designed for this purpose, that you probably would have ruined um, an arrow or two, maybe even more. But since you have the proper tools for this job, you do manage to get through um, about 5 pieces of ammunition an hour for as long as you want to devote to the task.
I'll just keep working on it because I have to do like I was going to do Nardians too, like the bolts. So.
Okay. All right. So morning ends, afternoon arrives, and continues and draws on. Mid-afternoon comes, and the light from the sky begins to wane a bit, and that's when Durand and Nadadion, you two first really notice the passage of time as the sun crosses overhead and begins its descent. It's not nighttime or even really close to sunset yet. You're still a couple hours out, it would seem, but it is slowly getting darker.
Do you still want to keep practicing, or should we just go back?
I think it's a good time to go back at this point.
Well, when we're closer to the wall, I probably should turn you into something then.
Yeah, sure.
What do you want to be?
A bat.
Bat. Okay, I guess that would work.
Alright. So, make a stealth check for getting close to the wall. So this is pre-polymorph. So Durand in all your stealthy glory.
Holy crap, dude. Oh my god, I am unhindered by stealth checks any longer.
Why not?
I rolled a 19 and a 17.
Wow.
So take the 17.
Nice.
Take it.
That's 26 for me.
Okay. So, you guys are heading back towards the wall, avoiding the main paths, even though you haven't gotten any sort of wind or anything of another soul, another being in this graveyard while you've been here. Heading back towards the wall, and you do see as you're getting closer to the area where you would have jumped it to come in that the main gates that are normally guarded by the plague doctors are being opened, and members of plague doctors dressed in the garb are walking into the graveyard. You guys slink away from them and make sure that you are hidden out of sight. As maybe 100, 120 people, they walk further in the graveyard. It doesn't appear as if they're bringing anything with them.
I'm just gonna...
There's 6.
I'm gonna look at Durand and... Should we just go anyways, or should we follow them?
Well, I mean, you're pretty good at this. Why don't don't you tell them?
Okay, but should I polymorph you now if you want to go back to Eleanor?
I mean, I could stay with you if you're gonna polymorph.
Well, you're, you know, you turn into an animal, and you are not really you. Do you know how you acted when you were a raccoon?
I'm well aware.
I mean-
Okay, I get it.
So it could be a bit difficult for me to, if you find that, you know,
Is this
something to
easier?
chase after. If you find something to chase after, I can't really follow you and those, you know, those plague doctors. So might be easier for me to go alone. But I mean, you could stay here and wait and hope that nobody comes over here, or I can polymorph you and you can fly over the wall and go to Elevorn, or
I'll wait here then.
are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna follow them and you let Elevorn go.
Alright.
And I'm off.
Alright. So how about what distance are you keeping from them? Are you just keeping them just in sight? Are you trying to get closer?
Just inside.
Okay, so quite far away. You're following them at such a distance that you don't need to necessarily worry about every step you make, or you just need to make sure that you keep them in your sight, and that if any happens to turn around, that you have something close by to duck behind. Anyway, Durand, you watch Leon head off, and within a few minutes, she's out of sight. The light from the day waning, not because of the sun setting, but because of this sheet of cloud cover that begins to move across the city. It's this hazy gray, sort of thin and wispy at first clouds, but almost a complete light. It's to sort of dilute the sunlight. What are you doing, Durand? No reason to be scared, Durand.
Ah.
That was perfectly timed.
I mean, she said to tell Lauren something, but I wanted to wait around. So I will wait patiently.
So Nerdian, you continue to follow them, and they head further into the graveyard. You watch as you pass by the house that the old lady, the hag, had made residence in. They pass by that, they continue forward. They don't quite get to the cremation pit that you all had examined that one night. Before that, they stop at one of those entrances, one of those sort of small stone sheds with the barred doors on the front that leads to a downward running staircase that goes. You don't know how far. You only can tell because you can see and hear the lock being unlocked by a large iron key, and the door creaking open. The 6 plague doctors heading down to the underground below. The
Yeah.
lock behind them being closed and relocked. you can hear from your distance the echoing of each of those things through the underground. So it's not a quiet process, but after a moment or so, you can see that and hear the stillness, the absence of any movement or anything in the graveyard around you.
Yeah, when I would have noticed them stop and open the door and the gate and stuff like that, I would have used my bracelet and press it down. So if it would have maybe shown the picture, I don't know how far, I don't know the distance.
It's basically it treats it as like that's like as if the other people with the bracelet are seeing out of the gem, so they can see essentially what you could see in no better or worse detail.
Yeah, I
From
would
the
have
equal of
used
the
that.
gem and the bracelet. All right. So Durand and Elevon, you guys get that from the gem. This small, sort of magical holographic projection from the gem itself, projecting this image of where Netadion is. Your view kind of slightly swaying as Netadion holds the image of these plague doctors, filing one, two at a time down underneath the graveyard. The final one slamming the gate shut behind them and attaching this large iron lock before following the others down out of sight.
And once the final guy would have gone in and well, locked the door and everything, gone out of sight, I would be stopped. I would stop, the streaming the image.
Stop the recording. Yep.
Yeah, stop the recording and then just use it with
Yeah.
only for the voice. And should I follow, or do you want me to come back to Rond, or what should I do?
You're alone? Are you okay?
I'm kind of alone at the moment. Rond is closer to the wall, and I'm, closer to where the plague doctors went down. But we're in graveyard still.
Well, that is weird that they wanted there. I don't. That seems like very. I mean, you don't know what's there. Like, it could be just a room.
Yeah, who knows what is
Or it could be worse
there.
What is worse?
than a room. Anything.
How? What?
You
That's
ask me what's worse than a room? Anything else can be worse than a room. Rooms aren't that bad.
I mean, well, okay. Besides outsides, outdoors, everything is a room. If you think about it, technically everything else is a room.
Sure.
So, how could it be worse than a room?
Woman, I'm not going to the philosophies of a room with you right now.
Fine.
We can talk philosophies later. This is not.
Okay.
This is not
Yeah,
safe.
okay, fine.
You could get in and then use the polymorph on yourself, so that way you could be, if they see you, they won't think any. Like if you're something that would be there, like a mouse or
Spider.
that too. Maybe you wouldn't even have to unlock anything then.
True.
Not the giant one though. I think that would stand out.
Giant spider.
Well, who knows what is down there? Maybe there is giant spiders down there.
They didn't look armed, but I don't know what they have in their robes.
I don't want to know what on the ropes is. What? Oh. So. Elvorn is in Alavarn, so you're saying that I should go down? What about you, Duran?
Just remember that it's only an hour. You know, it'll wear off, so you can only go so long before you have to head back.
Yeah, hopefully I will keep that in mind if I will turn into an animal. Well, since Durand is giving me silent treatment, I guess I'll go down.
Durand!
I was muted. Somehow, this thing isn't working. God dang it.
Bracelet, you guys muted me. I pressed the wrong part of the crystal.
You have to push the
Muted.
gem down. You have to touch the gem.
I thought I
This is
had
why I
this
don't-
weird voice activated.
This is why I don't
How-
use this thing.
How old were you again, Durand?
Hello? You guys just see up to Ron's nose. This isn't working.
All right. Well, verily, okay. I trust you. You're confident in your ability. All right, go ahead, give it a shot. Not far, anyways.
Okay. I'll go.
Alright, so you head up. What?
I was going to say one more thing. Like, spiders are tiny, so it'll take them a long time to go anywhere. But, like, a mouse is kind of faster at scurrying, maybe?
Oh,
Have to consider the size and how fast you can move.
I guess that's good to know. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I guess a T-Rex would be definitely out of place, but I think those things can go pretty fast.
Giant constrictor cobra. Do that one. Just a horse. Just gallop your way down into the
Efficient.
efficient. A fish.
God. I'll first go to the.
Yeah. So you get up
That-
to the gate itself.
I'll just wait by a little while to listen in and checking around the whole other area to see if anybody else would be coming in over there, or is anybody coming out and stuff like that.
Perception check.
Fuck.
That's what it is.
I know, but fuck. 17.
Can I investigate my surroundings instead?
Investigate your surroundings? What are you investigating?
Instead of perceiving? Can I stop perceiving and just investigate?
Sure, you can investigate like the make of the lock and the things immediately around you.
Yeah, that was 17.
17.
Those are right.
Yeah, that's
So-
actually rather well.
Yeah. So around you is very similar. You are very cautious and careful when approaching this, and you don't see any more individuals coming around. You don't see or hear any more individuals coming from any of these other places that seem of similar make and design. You're not sure if they lead to the same place, different places, or anywhere at all. But looking in front of you, the space ahead in front of you is maybe 5 feet by 5 feet. If not, maybe a little bigger, maybe 6 or 7 feet square. Just enough to essentially house this downward leading staircase that you can see begins to curve ever so slightly at the extent of your vision. In the silence, you listen carefully before proceeding, blocking out any white noise of breeze rustling through the dead brush and debris that makes up so much of this graveyard. You can hear just the faintest echoes of movement traveling up the staircase. You can hear not travel. The sound is traveling up. They're not coming back, but you can hear like it's getting softer and softer further away. You can hear what you presume is the plague doctors continuing to walk down the stairs. You hear the occasional sound of some animal of some kind. You're not sure if it's mouse or bat. Just some sort of like squeaking sound that carries and echoes from the staircase as well. After a few more moments, though, you're not able to hear anything. At least not of any sound of people walking down. Still, just the occasional squeak or call of some animal that has made its residence beneath in one of these places.
I guess I'll, since I don't really hear them and anything, I'll turn into a rat.
A rat! Gotcha.
Yes.
Good to know. So you polymorph yourself into a rat. You are now
Yes.
a rat, and you now have all of the glorious abilities of rat kind. What are you doing?
A ratty mode.
I'm going down.
Alright. You head in, you scurry in, and you begin to head down the stairs. Each stair is quite a bit larger than you would have expected, especially in your new rat form, but you managed to find a bit of the wall where the stairs are carved into. There's like a ledge where you can just scurry down like a ramp instead of kind of having to try to jump from stair step to stair step. You continue to run along the wall, just scurry along it in the spiraling downward. As you get it quickly gets dark. I'm not sure if rats have.
Probably should have.
They probably should have. I agree.
Oof.
What's up? Normal rat stat. What's a rat stat? Stat rat. Rat stat. Rat stat.
It's a rat.
It's a rat. It's a tiny beast. All right. So you continue down. You do not have. Oh, you do have dark vision up to 30 feet. So yes, everything is various shades of gray, but such is the way of things. Continue down, spiral after spiral after spiral. Go ahead and make an intelligence check for me.
Oh, great.
Yeah. With
Rat
rat
stat?
so -4, yes.
Okay, so let's see.
This is just so that you can maybe try to keep track of how much time has passed since you assumed this form.
I don't think that's good. That's 11 minus 4.
7? By the time you begin to, your ears twitch and you begin to pick up on changes and you begin to smell changes in the atmosphere, the temperature, somewhere between 15 and 40 minutes, you're not sure. That's as narrow as you can get it down.
Narrow? You call that narrow?
That's as narrow as you can get it down. But you do you see a small flicker of light at the base of the staircase around the final bend of this downward spiraling staircase. You scurry down. You can hear footfalls. You can hear what sounds like things being moved, scraping stone on earth, stone on stone.
Oh yeah, I'm going after that sound.
Okay, so you head down to a relatively open underground cavern, a dirt and a dirt hard-packed dirt flooring with the occasional bit of stone poking up from beneath. You can see one or two of these weird bipedal bird-like creatures. Your rat brain is having problem interpreting this, but their visage screams predator to you, so you initially have this sort of tentative approach to them and the natural instinct to avoid
Weak.
them. Then, as you continue and you're heading towards that sound that appears to be coming from a chamber across a passageway across this open chamber, that's only about maybe 20 feet in any direction. Not the largest open chamber. You can see that there are some stone coffins lining the walls, as well as some crates of various stages of rot and decay. As you continue towards that, something else, towards that sound, across the chamber, sticking to the wall, heading towards it, the sound getting louder, louder. You can almost begin to see the silhouettes, the shapes of individuals moving something, doing something. You're not sure, but from a little hole in the wall, about 15 feet away from you, you see a rat, another rat, poke its head out. And then a
Squeak.
second, then a third, then a fourth, fifth, then a dozen, about 20. They all just begin to sort of single file stream along that wall and begin to head up the stage. Kind of raise your head up and look over curiously. They don't seem to be paying you or anything else any mind. Feel something against the back of your head. I need you to make a charisma saving throw. With the rat's charisma?
Oh lord.
That's a -3. So D6.
Oh no.
I have more
I don't think-
charisma than a rat.
Oh, good job. Good job. Proud of you, man.
I don't think I can use lucky on this, or can I?
You, I believe,
I mean,
with polymorph, you still. Let me read the
Yeah.
polymorph spell. If it says, I think you might be able to. This is where you pull out the luck. Okay.
it's minus freaking 3 and
Creatures imitating actions. Transfer duration until the target's game statistics, including mental ability scores, are replaced by the statistics of the chosen beast. It retains its alignment and personality. Game statistics. Target assumes hit points. Yep. As long as it yep. You can't speak, cast spells, or take any other. I don't know. I don't think so. I think I might be thinking of wild shape for keeping like abilities or traits, because this doesn't say anything about retaining abilities or traits.
so I mean, however you
The
want
only
to
thing it
roll,
says
and I
is
guess
it retains alignment and personality. Your game statistics, including mental ability scores, are replaced by the statistics of the chosen beast. I'm just gonna look up one more thing, and then I guess I'll make a decision. I'm gonna look up
Yeah.
Druid's wild shape, and if Druid's wild shape specifies, I'm going to assume that that means that polymorph. It's something that is beyond what polymorph does, you know.
yeah, look it up and then decide.
So wild shape says that you turn into a beast You choose the fate, blah, 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 blah. Druid level determines all that stuff. You can stay a beast for a number of hours, whatever. While you're transformed, the following was applied. Game statistics replaced by the statistics of the beast, but you retain your alignment, personality, intelligence. You also retain all of your skill and saving throw proficiencies in addition to gaining those creature. Da-da-da-da-da. It also says you retain the benefit of any features from your class, race, or other source and can use them in the new form. So that's a specific thing to Druid's Wild Shape. So I'll say it does not apply to Polymorph.
Okay.
So no, you cannot use Lucky. Unfortunately, you are not a lucky rat.
Yeah, just, first time and everything.
No. Charisma saving throw, -3.
No, that's a 4, so -3, so that's 1.
No!
Yes, I did.
Oh no! You.
Oh, yes.
What?
I'm dead. I think I'm dead.
You are overwhelmed by this just compulsion to follow. There's something that overrides everything else. Overrides Netadion trying to battle with the instincts of the rat, overrides the rat's instincts itself. There's something stronger that is pulling, that is calling, that is leading you, as well as the rest of this swarm of rats, upwards and outwards, and you join in with the swarm, just following nose to tail as you scurry up, quickly up and out into the graveyard. Everything is kind of a blur, a flash. Time seems near irrelevant.
Weak.
You're not sure how long it took you to get back up, but eventually you find yourself scurrying through the graveyard back towards the entrance. Just a line of maybe 2 or 3 dozen rodents just making their way through the graveyard.
Squeak, squeak.
Squeak, squeak indeed. Before you even get close, the polymorph spell does end. You are maybe a little bit past on your way back to the entrance, the hag's house. So still not as far as Duran, still far enough away that you don't see the entrance of the graveyard yet. And it has now gotten to the point where the cloud cover has gotten a bit thicker, a bit denser, and the sun has begun to set. So there is a thin wispy layer of fog that is beginning to set in. Duran Delavorn, it has been approximately an hour since you have last spoken with Neridion. Duran, you have kept these obstacles between you and the entrance to the temple, the entrance to the graveyard, just waiting for if you're needed, if you're called. But Neridion, you are now yourself again?
I'm slightly confused why I'm outside.
Confused. And you don't really understand why you're here. You don't really remember entirely how you got here just yet. It's foggy, it's hazy. And you kind of lift up your foot as you see swarming around your boots and continuing off the march of these rats. You take a step to the side just to watch them as they scurry by.
Also, I think my instincts would tell me to hide somewhere.
Okay, so instantly just don't know where I am, what's going on, Nerdion hides. Alright, so
Yes.
Nerdion, you duck down off the path and hide yourself as best as you can.
Then I'll use my bracelet and I don't think I'm not completely sure what happened, but I don't think something went wrong with the polymorph, and I'm outside again.
Well, do you have any idea how long I've been trying to reach you?
Actually, I'm not fully sure at all.
You're not even listening.
Well, I don't really know how polymorph works. Even, I mean, can you, Eleanor? Do you know? I mean, you usually shape into. If we use the process, do you usually get the messages? I mean, I assume you can't really answer, but do you get the messages that we sent via the bracelet?
How was I supposed to know you polymorphed into anything?
You heard us talking about it, and I don't know if something went wrong with the polymorph or just something happened to you. Because, I mean, were you not what you were, or.
I hazily remember turning into a rat and then going down, but then I was outside and there was really. Am I still seeing the rats going out? Or...
By this time, they're scurrying quickly by you. So at this point, you can still see like down the path that they're still just scampering along, but they're no longer just flooding by. You see the tail end of them. Yeah.
Well, there was like a whole lot of rats, and suddenly I was just standing around them outside of the crypt thing or whatever you can call that thing where I went down to. So I don't know.
That is interesting and strange. And Alexander did express interest in my ability to communicate with wolves. Maybe there are other animals. Maybe he can communicate with animals in some way or form. Maybe that's what happened to you.
I honestly do not know.
Well, I mean, not Alexander, but a different being of that nature. I mean, I really don't know.
Yeah, I honestly don't know. And but I think it is kind of weird that so many rats are coming out of there.
Because he wanted to know if it was just wolves or if I could communicate with any animal. So maybe it's something that he can do. I didn't really ask him why he was curious.
You wanna go ask him?
Yeah, we could do that. Or, I mean, I don't know where the rats are going.
I don't know either.
I mean, you wouldn't send rats on like a mission. You would just, right? Or would you? I mean, what would they be doing? It just seems like you'd want to just get rid of them, right?
I mean, rats. I mean, I don't know if if somebody would control them, would send so many, but I guess a lot of rats can flee from a bad place if there's something really dangerous or happening. I don't know. I think I heard something like that sometime, but
Well, yeah, I mean, they will run from stuff. I mean, most animals and people will. But I just meant, I don't. Should we follow the rats or should we just. I mean, what could they possibly be doing? That many rats. That was a lot of rats, right?
Leon, you begin to hear a noise, a loud, a first initially far off noise. It seems sort of turbulent, like air being disturbed, but in a chaotic fashion, almost like a whirlwind whipping, and you can't really tell the source of it until you begin to tell. It seems like it's coming from almost all around you in this graveyard here, and it's getting louder. It's like this whirling of rushing of wind as well as like the beating of leather or something like that. Just an odd combination of sounds. And
uh,
hmm?
yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Okay. And within the next few moments or so, each of these other areas that you have seen that had, as you passed, that had these stairways leading down to the underground, suddenly there's a rush of bats flying out from each of them, just pouring outwards through the bars of the doors that are locked that keep the area inaccessible. Just a swarm of hundreds and hundreds of these bats that fly from the underground and take to the sky, fly over you and away from the graveyard or towards the exit of the graveyard. Within a few minutes, Durand, you see the same sensation, this rolling black cloud of flapping, screeching bats that are beginning to expand and scatter in multiple directions, just coming from further into the graveyard and then just spreading and scattering out across the over you and over the graveyard walls.
Yeah, I'll be using the bracelet to show that to Elephorn.
That is so many bats.
I know. At first it was rats and now it's bats.
Well, it is almost nighttime, so they might be just going out to hunt, if that's where they live, is in those grave
Well,
thingies.
But hunt what?
But
that only explains the bats, but what about the rats? I don't think they don't go out hunting in packs, or do they? I don't know about animals.
oh no, the rats might have just heard the bats waking up or expected them to wake up and wanted to not be anywhere near them, especially if the bats don't eat fruit.
Ah,
Because there are bats that don't eat like fruit and bugs. There are bats that, bite other animals and stuff. People. I don't know about people. Probably not people, right?
Hopefully not people.
yeah, hopefully not people.
But yeah, bats they hunt at nighttime and stuff, and they eat bugs and all kinds of stuff, really. I mean, depending on the kind of bat.
Maybe we need to meet up, and I don't think it's good for me and Duran stay in the graveyard.
Oh yeah, definitely, probably not, yeah.
I'm way ahead of you. This place is overlasted.
As the fog begins to get thicker and suddenly there seems to be movement just at the edge of your vision.
Yay!
Durand, make a perception check.
I perceive.
No, just a perception check, I suppose.
I perceive an 18
18.
total.
Okay. You watch as there seem to be trailing this flock of bats, whatever you call a grouping of bats. I'm not sure if flock is the correct word, but we'll go with flock for now. There still seems to be like a spattering of ones that are trailing behind. And you see maybe a cluster of a half dozen of them, maybe a little bit more, probably maybe a half dozen to a dozen. It's hard to tell in the chaos, but they sort of break off from the others that are flying overhead and above the wall and begin to descend towards the graveyard. Maybe about 60 to 80 feet in front of you. It's hard to tell because you can't really see them as they descend into the fog. But what you do see is the silhouettes of these bats as they come together and almost seem to form the silhouette of a humanoid, but then do. As you watch as this humanoid silhouette that you can't see the identity of walks through the fog towards the entrance of the graveyard. Yes, we'll take a break here.
I dropped some bad facts in the chat. Yeah.
Bat facts. A group of bats. Some kind of a cauldron of bats. A colony. Okay.
Or
a cloud. I accidentally got one right. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright,
Break.
break time.
Break.
Yeah, sure. Now you are.
Hi guys. Hope you had a nice break. We certainly did. Totally talked about relevant things. Anyways, Taran, you had just witnessed this swarm of bats diving down into the fog and seemingly coalescing into a humanoid form. Not identifiable by you at the moment. You just see the silhouette that is being more and more obfuscated by the fog as it heads away from you towards the entrance of the graveyard. What are you doing?
Oh, let me pause this. Whoops. So I see bats in the silhouette of a person? That's odd.
Yeah, you
That's
see bats,
suspicious.
they back down, and then you see like the silhouette of bats, and they kind of form together into a humanoid silhouette. It seems like they've merged into becoming a humanoid of some kind.
I will be broadcasting this information via the bracelet and fucking hiding.
All right. Within a few moments, you can see that they're going to be out of your view. They're heading away from you, and the fog is getting thicker.
Oh wait, they haven't noticed me.
They either haven't noticed you or are preoccupied with whatever it is they're doing.
I'm just gonna, since Durand is broadcasting it, I'm gonna be like, follow, go, 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 because I'm gonna follow. I'll try to. I don't know. I'm then gonna try to follow the bats.
All right, they are quite a bit of ways from you. This isn't the thing that you can do stealthily if you want to catch up to where Duran is broadcasting from.
Oh,
It's
there's
going to
the
be
fog, and I'm pretty much, I don't make any sounds, so I'm taking the risk.
so you're going quickly then.
Yeah.
All right.
Are they headed toward you? Or I don't know where you guys are. Be careful. I mean, that looks like a dude or a lady or the person or some. How does that doesn't work?
It apparently works, but I don't know how. Yeah, but
I'm coming.
So, Durand, are you following this person? Or are you waiting? You're not. Are you stalking this person as stalky as Durand is?
I will follow as cautiously as I can.
All right. Go ahead and make a stealth check. So you are, if you are following them, they're heading towards the gate. So that would mean that you would be heading towards the gate as well, unless you want to try to go over the wall.
That is a 16 and an 18. You pick one.
For stealth?
Pick a number. Yeah.
Okay, the lower one.
Fuck.
Okay. So you get to the point where the gate does begin to come into view. You can see the silhouette of it and everything through the fog, which means that you're fairly close, about 60 feet away. Are you continuing towards the gate itself?
Yeah, I'm just tailing this guy or girl or whatever it is.
So just so you know, every time that you've seen this gate, it has been guarded by plague doctors on the outside.
On the outside.
Mhm.
Um, I think I'm gonna take precedent over trying to follow it. In the meanwhile, then I'll just adjust.
Basically, you're two ways out of the graveyard, or either just saying "fuck it" and going through the gate, or trying to go over a wall?
I mean, I go over a wall, but not yet, because if this person is by the gate, I would kind of want to, like, if there's plague doctors there, and I know that there would be plague doctors there, I'd maybe want to try to listen to them if they're
Okay.
going to converse.
Sure. Make a perception check.
$16 total.
Okay. How close are you getting?
As long as I can hear voices, I think I'm good.
Okay. So, Elevorn, you put your last little batch of the ammunition that you were working on, added to the pile that you um, had finished, as well as you got like a nice little pile of wood shavings in front of you as well, and then another pile of stuff that you haven't gotten to yet. But you put all that down after hearing and interacting with Durand and Netadian via the bracelet, and you head out of the temple into the evening fog of Worthy. At this point, you've noticed that in this day and the last, that the oil lanterns that had once sporadically added light to the city are now nearly all dark. There doesn't seem to be any unnatural lighting that is aiding your vision once night falls. That, in addition to the thick fog and the cloud cover that has rolled in, there's very minimal natural light that manages to illuminate your surroundings either. You're heading in the direction of the graveyard. Okay.
Yeah,
So you
kind of
begin.
in a little bit of a hurry.
Okay. So not trying to be sneaky at all, just kind of rushing down the steps of the temple and right into the fog to the best of your knowledge in the direction that the entrance to the graveyard is. You are walking. Tadan, you hear. Who are you? What are you doing here? You're not supposed to be in here right now. How did you get in? Two distinct voices responding to the individual that walked through the gate. Two very quick sounds of like thudding sounds, like something being struck. A light but cracking, snapping sound, and then nothing.
I'm going to stay and wait to hear. I'm gonna stay and wait to hear for the reassurance of complete silence before I move.
You hear a couple steps that seem to be getting further away. You didn't have the best perception check, and the sound of this conflict, this struggle, kind of has gotten your heart racing just a little bit. You're still calm, you're still collected, but the adrenaline is now like taking over. Your senses are a bit heightened, and other than the occasional sound of the blood pulsing in your ears, silent.
I guess at that point I would want to like peer over.
Peer over?
Like, I guess get closer
Okay.
and then
so,
look to see.
All right. So as you get closer and closer, cautiously, as silently as you can manage, you're approaching the gate to the graveyard here. You don't see anything. It's hard for you to see through the fog until you're maybe 10, 15 feet away from the main entrance to this gate, where all you notice is the lower half of a humanoid body. Um, from outside the gate, you can see it. The rest of it seems to be hidden by the wall. Nedadian, you said that you were following these bats as well, right?
Yes.
As best as you could. And there is the occasional bat or rat that scurries by, like they're trailing, and you're not sure. You're trying to think back on what it was, what happened when you were the rat as you were just making your way towards the edge, out of the graveyard. Go ahead and make an intelligence check. Try to recollect, like, remember that. But you're as a Neredion now, not as a rat, so a little better.
A little better.
Only like 6 points or so. And you can use lucky now if you want.
Nah, that's 17.
17.
Yes.
Okay. It was very hazy when you were a rat, and you were trying to attribute just the base feeling of what had compelled you to leave. And you're like, were you being compelled to run, to flee, or were you being drawn away, called somewhere else? And it's difficult. It's definitely one or the other, and you get closer to the feeling, and it seems like something more was pushing you out more than drawing you away. Make a perception check.
Fuck you. 15.
15. As you're looking for these creatures to follow, as the fog itself is not as thick when you look skyward, but there is little light, and the bats, they do seem to sort of just meld with the darkness of the clouds that serve as their backdrop in the sky. There's one that catches your attention. One that seems to be carrying something. And as you chase it, and as it kind of gets further away, there's something that you can see. It definitely appears to be a bloody ear.
Okay, well, I'm still trying to chase after the bats and stuff like that. I'm going to use the personal. One of the bats had an ear, a bloody ear. Like they were holding onto it. It's freaky.
Right. Elevorn, you hear this message in your head as you're heading towards the entrance to the temple, and as you get closer, you begin to see the silhouette in the fog, a humanoid silhouette. Hard to tell exactly the race or male or female as you get closer, but as you are moving hurriedly, you're not moving stealthily, and standing there, the silhouette itself stops, as if aware of your presence. What do you do?
Hello?
You can see that there's a reaction, a head tilt. You can see maybe what appears to be some hair, but you're not sure of its length.
Are you lost? Do you need help? There is someone there, isn't there?
The silhouette of a hand raises, as if to greet you,
I will wave.
and waves back. And
I'm going to approach.
as you take the step forward, the silhouette itself just seems to melt away, disappear, starting with the head and moving down. The shadow against the fog that you can't quite see through just begins to disappear. Head, shoulders, down to the waist, knees, and finally the feet, and the silhouette itself is gone. And a moment later, a swarm of bats emerge from the fog and scatter into the sky. You head through the gate to see either side of it a pool of a small pool, but it doesn't seem like much blood was spilled. But there's bleeding from the mouth, the nose. It seems they both have, or one has a very obviously snapped neck. Are two of the plague doctors. One of them has the mask kind of offset so that you can see like half of the human face beneath the mask. I'm not sure if
Can I? Wait, am I already on the? No. Well, can I go through the gate? Is it locked?
No, it's not locked. You did go through the gate to see the two plague doctors that were guarding it.
Oh, okay. When I heard him pass the gate. Okay.
Neridion, at this point, because you're moving a bit faster, you're approaching the gate as well, but you don't know exactly what had transpired there, so.
Yeah, I guess I would be just, I don't want to. I mean, I don't know what is happening, so I don't want to go through the gates. I guess I would go over the wall.
Alright, easy enough.
And still then try to follow the bats if I can, like, spot one or two of the end. I don't know.
You spot one or two and you begin to follow them, and Elevorn, you see another form in the fog approaching you quickly. And soon it becomes apparent that it is Neridion.
Where is it?
Or
It was
is it?
here. They were here. It was a person. And then it wasn't a person. It was a bunch of bats. Which is weird. Because people aren't bats. I mean, I can turn into a bat, but that's not the same. It wasn't the same. Not many bats. Just, I could be one bat. I could turn someone into one bat. But not like a many bats. A lot of bats. Where's the wand? Shit, I'm gonna run out. I'm gonna just run and try to see if I can find him.
I'm just like looking at.
The silhouette disappear.
Yeah, I'm looking at Elevorn and then to the bats, and I'm following the bats.
Okay. Perception or survival to track, your choice.
Doesn't matter. Still 0. Yeah, that's not gonna be happening. 7.
7. All right. So, Tarand, you're now standing between two of these fallen plague doctors that were standing guard in front of the gate.
Right.
I agree.
Noticing that they're
Anyways. Somebody? Anybody?
Yes.
noticing that, like, after I said what I said to Nerdiana, she's not worried about where they're on it. She's trying to follow something. Like, what are you trying to do? Oh, were you chasing it? Were you chasing them?
Who are you talking to?
To Nerdion, because I realized that Nerdion isn't worried about. Like, Ella's trying to process what's going on, and she's like, oh, she's chasing the thing. So,
Yeah.
But
So you're talking to the
I
bracelet?
thought I thought Elmore was going after Gerard.
I realized you weren't behind me, so I don't know what's happening. What are you trying to do, Iris?
I'm so confused.
Yeah, basically.
Oh, I'm confused too. I don't know. Should we follow them?
They're on to find us, and I'm gonna turn around and chase Nerdion.
Okay.
Well, geez, sure.
I mean, since we're all using the prices, I guess I would be like pushing it down to show where I'm going, so it would be hopefully easier to find me.
It's not really that much easier.
Oh, I didn't know.
It's hard. It might be a little bit easier, but it's very foggy.
I'm
So
trying.
You guys have ways. Come on.
I mean, we have ways.
Throw me a flare or something. You have magic.
well, are you done? Are you moving on, Durand, or?
I don't have that kind of magic.
What I wanted to do is I wanted to see if I could help them, as I guess odd as that might be.
At the moment, just make a medicine check. As the initial just checking for signs of life, they don't give off any.
Sheesh. See,
How much?
8.
8. It doesn't seem like there's anything that you can do now. They appear dead, most certainly the one that seems to have a broken neck. You can't find any signs of life, and no vitals, no breathing, nothing. Whoever killed them was quick and efficient doing so. And when doing this check, you do move the mask aside. Not exactly sure what you would expect to find, but what you see appear to be just on the surface normal humans. Maybe early 20s, one seems. The other seems early 30s.
Well, if I can't do anything for them, I guess I'll try to meet up with the others.
Okay. So, Nedadian, with your incredible check to chase down these bats, and Elevorn following behind you. You are just uncertain enough that Elevorn, you're able to catch up to Netadion through the fog and keep pace. Oddly enough, you find yourself losing track of the bats and losing track of where you are. You're not sure exactly where in the city you are. The fog itself is disorienting. And as you continue, you realize that you haven't been chasing anything for a while now. You've just been chasing after essentially nothing. And you end up running and seeing in front of you a humanoid silhouette in the fog. And you kind of slow to a jog as you see this larger than average silhouette through the fog.
So, I'll just, again, hello? Just kind of like say hello?
Alright. Duran, you hear Elevorn call a greeting.
Can I see her?
Not quite. You see something. Getting a little bit closer, two forms do come into view. The fog is thick.
I will hope to assume that it is them.
Okay. One of these days it's not going to be. But the three of you reconvene. Somehow, Netadion, you got turned around in your pursuit of these bats, and you ended up right back near where you started. Weird.
I'm frustrated.
Can I use Divine Sense?
Sure. Neither this Netadion or supposed Elevorn appear to be anything other than anything that you can sense, and nor can you sense any of that within 60 feet of you.
Is it really you two? Gerard? Elevorn?
Why doesn't anyone trust me?
Mary doesn't trust you. Mary doesn't trust the voice in the sky.
Wouldn't trust that voice either. It bullies me.
Oh, you found us. This is good. What happened? Where were you? Where are we?
I was trying to chase after the bats and...
Yeah, I was trying to help, but I couldn't. I guess I couldn't really help.
Well, I don't... It's not really your fault, it's the whole fog.
Well, we were going to go see if they had the ambulance, or are we going to be too late to find that guy, or do we just go without the ambulance?
I don't know.
Either way, I think we need to tell Alexander what we're planning.
Yeah.
Footsteps on the pavement, heading in your direction. Quickly. I'm
preparing and taking a incendiary edge.
All right. Watch as you see 3 plague doctors. You see their silhouettes, the large hooked beak nose of their masks through the fog, one of which continues past back towards the direction of the graveyard. The other 2 seem to spot you almost immediately through the fog. As soon as their silhouettes appear, they are heading in your direction with intent.
Go, Mo!
What are you guys doing?
I guess Neri would definitely want to run at least. I don't know about the other.
Okay. Durant, Delavorn. So these forms, like as soon as you can see them, is maybe 50, 60 feet away. That's when Netadion is attempting to get away. What are you 2 doing?
Following.
Alright.
Gonna pass without trace and follow.
Alright. So you take a while you're gonna follow and cast the spell. All of you make a stealth check.
With the pass without trace?
Yes.
So that's 29?
Pretty good.
33.
Even better.
24.
24? Alright, so you all stick to the fog. You walk silently, quickly, with the aid of the magic of Elavon. Eventually, looking over your shoulder, the silhouettes of these plague doctors are no longer visible. Apparently, you gave them the slip, and you find yourself not too far away, looking out past some of the fog over towards the large, looming structure of the Temple of the Raven Queen. So if you wanted to head back there, you could, or you could. But that gives you, like, okay, you have your bearings now, you know where you are. Even though you don't hear footfalls approaching you, you don't see anything through the fog, you still get the feeling that you're being watched.
Miss that feeling.
There's this
Not.
It's almost more. It's almost like a slight weight, like the fog, the air around you begins to hold a slight weight to it. And then a melody, a music cutting through your breathing, trying to catch your breath after hurriedly escaping the plague doctors, through the silence of the night, through the sound of the small animals and critters that even now occasionally are escaping from the graveyard. A flute itself. Just as easy, as sort of airy and as the breeze, but with a melody trailing.
Oh, that's something new, isn't it? Have you guys heard music before?
Could he have escaped? Is it maybe? I don't know. We haven't heard music in such a long time, and he had the flute. Maybe it's Demetrius, and I'm going to go towards the music.
All right. Yes, make a perception check, Elvon. See how well you can follow your ears.
Then I Get let Alavar go on, so I'm gonna follow.
Alright.
Wait, what was it? My perception?
Yeah.
Oh, it's 24.
Okay. So you follow it, and for a while, following the music takes you through alleyways, around street corners, and it doesn't seem to be getting any further away. It also doesn't seem to be getting any closer for a while until it does. And you go further than you would have expected to hear this tune, this melody, this music playing from. It almost defies reason. But you do end up seeing a form walking the streets with the instrument in hand, walking away from you.
I finally see him, so I just run up to him.
And he is a ways away when you first spot the source of this music. So as you're running up, the
Neri, on the other hand, is a little bit more skeptic and one follow Elavarn close, but I mean, still trying to keep eye on Elavarn and whoever that flute guy might be, and probably would take out the crossbow just in case.
okay. So as you run up Bellavorn, the silhouette comes into view more distinctly, and you can see the height, the shape, the posture, the stature, the skin tone, the horns. As Demetrius turns to meet your gaze as you run up, there is no recognition, almost just surprise that you're here.
Hello?
Hello. You really shouldn't be out this late at night.
Neither should you. What are you doing? I was
I'm
worried.
just heading back, really.
Back where?
Well, my place of residence, of course. I'm sorry, did my playing disturb you? I deeply
No,
apologize.
Wait, you don't live here?
I'm sorry, but I do.
Gonna cast dispel magic on him.
Okay. Takes a while to cast the spell, and as you begin to weave the magic in your hands, the eyes sort of go wide, and then the body turns to mist and disappears through the fog. You can see. You've seen this spell before.
I mean, I assume I'll see the figure disappear too, or
You've seen the figure disappear. You might not have. You wouldn't have seen it exactly as Demetrius from the position you were holding,
Hmm.
but you would have seen it disappear, and you would have seen the sort of faint energy of Elevorn beginning to cast a spell.
Just
I
trying
mean-
to shout as loud as I can. I don't want to hurt you. Please come back. I've been looking for you.
as I hear Eleanor shout out, then I'll stay put, I guess. And just look around, like, seeing if I spot anything weird.
Make a perception check.
Hey, 18.
18. All right.
What is happening with my dice?
Right? So you're looking around and you're trying to spot anything weird. Elevorn is obviously like looking out in the direction that this mist escaped and trailed off to through the fog, but your eyes catch something else. Something on a nearby rooftop. And
Yeah.
as your eyes look up and you can see standing above the fog, a few steps back from the edge of the roof itself, is a well-dressed woman, Michelle Sanvenique. And it seems like she has met your gaze even before you had spotted her. There's a curling smile on the red painted lips before she too disappears into mist, and you watch as the silvery stream trails into the distance towards the Sanvenique Manor.
Shit. I'll go to Eleanor. I'll look around, still being kind of wary of things, and
Nothing else in the immediate vicinity you can sense or see.
still being careful though. We talk about vampires and stuff. Ella?
What? What does anything even? Why wasn't I fast enough? And I just take my backpack off my bag and throw it, and I'm just angry. And then I just sit down on the ground, and I'm like, he's 500 feet away, and I can't. He's right there. Couldn't do.
I'm not sure if this is a good spot, for this. I understand that you're upset and everything, but the lady of this place and everything. She was here, and she went towards the manor.
I'm going to kill her.
I thought when she says that, I'm gonna really turn towards her and be like, I'm sorry. What?
If she was here, then when he was here, and she took special interest in him, obviously it is. I will kill her.
Oh,
He thinks he lives here. He thinks he doesn't know. He doesn't seem to know me. He doesn't know anything, and for some. Why?
okay. I can't answer that. But okay. I'm sorry. I'm just a little bit shocked that you said that you were going to kill someone, because that's not really you. Being, And then I'm gonna use my voice. Duran, where are you?
She's like 5 feet away.
Yes.
I don't know that.
Kind of startled by Durand instantly being there.
No,
Ah.
she's angry. It's not surprising. This is very frustrating.
I mean, I understand that, but did you hear what she said? That's it's like more like me, or maybe you even.
Me?
Me.
Well, she's still. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe she's
Just-
under the
I don't
influence.
think. I don't think this is the place to. We have to go somewhere. We have to either go back to the temple or, to Alexander or somewhere.
We should go to Alexander, definitively.
He
Mention
probably
all
is
of
not.
this and also the pendants.
Ella, are you fine to go to Alexander?
I don't know if I should go to Alexander right now.
What do you mean? I don't. Do you think he would be controlling Demetrius, or?
No, there's no way.
Do you want to go back to the temple then, Ella?
I I just really want to. I just want her not so full of.
I mean, I think I can understand you, but at the moment we aren't really safe out here in the open, in the middle of the mist, and we either have to go back, all of us have to go back to the temple, or you and Durand go back to the temple, and I'll go to Alexander, or all of us go to Alexander, or something. It's just not safe here at the moment, in the middle of the fog.
I don't care about safe. We wouldn't be anything if he didn't save us. And I couldn't do anything. I didn't even notice her. Maybe if I'd noticed her, I could have helped him.
I don't really have words except that I can't even really promise it, but I think at the end you will get your revenge. We'll get him out. We'll. But we have to go back or somewhere.
How can you help Alexander or go to him? This is his fault too. He knew what he was. He knew what they were. He left everybody here. He left this to save himself. He didn't find help to combat this. He just left. He ran away. Why won't he just run away again? He saved himself. He knew what they were. He knew what this was. We came here, we didn't know. Nobody knows. He knows though, he knew. How do you... I'm going to the temple.
I mean, that wouldn't make any sense. Honestly, I think you're just very upset, and within reason, of course, but
I'm going to go shove Durant a little bit and be like, we knew about Korbath. Did we stop? Did we walk away just because we couldn't win by ourselves? No, we didn't give up. We tried to get help. We told people. We didn't just... And I'm just going to the temple.
Okay.
Mm.
Elevon is heading back to the temple.
Guess I would look at Durand. Well, should I go to Alexander, or should I just come with you and to the temple and, well, with you and Elevon? Because I'm sure you want to go with Elevon.
Ella's gonna go find her bag because she threw it.
Takes you a while. Which is even
Oh.
fresh.
We need... Go see Alexander. Get the pendant. I'll go with Elevorn.
Okay.
So Elevon, you do end up finding your bag and heading, like almost storming back to the temple. Durand, you're kind of off to the side and a little bit behind her as you two walk together. Naradion, you attempt to find your way to Alexander's.
Stealthy, but quickly. I don't trust the fog. Not anymore.
So, Naradion, you approach Alexander's place after about 15 or 20 minutes. At this point, it is past sundown. And so it's like an hour and a half past sundown at this point.
Yeah, I'm kind of knocking on the door, kind of like hurriedly in like, let me in style.
Quick, kind of silent, but also very, what's the word? Just okay. The door is answered by Alexander. Yeah. Naradion, the others are not with you.
Unfortunately, not.
Well, you seem in a bit of a hurry. Please do come in and as you walk past me, gives a glance around outside before closing the door behind you and him. Inside, a few sparse candles are lit. It's rather cool, especially with the cloud cover and changing. But would you like anything to drink? Why do you come alone?
Oh, no, I don't. At the moment, no, nothing to drink. And unfortunately, we had a little bit of a, well, I wouldn't say disagreement, but, well, I get at the same time it is a bit of a disagreement where we should have gone to, but Elvorn and Durand went back to the temple, and well, I'm here, so that's that. And I was with Durand at the graveyard. We were actually just practicing with him using the bow, and that's nothing really, but we saw some of the plague doctors going in. Well, mostly I saw one of the plague doctors going into a crypt or something, and I followed them. Then I was suddenly out because I had turned into a rat, and that's all of that. And quite a lot of things happened into the mist, and Elmore claimed that he saw one of our party members, and Well, I can't really confirm it, but she claims it's him who says it might have been him. He might be turned and everything, but I saw, well, the lady, and she saw me. She turned into mist, and we're kind of like, well, Ella Warren is really upset, and we are at the moment kind of like, we don't really know what to do at the moment, I guess.
He brings over a cup of water and then sits opposite you. Well, it sounds like you've had quite the busy day.
Too busy.
Where to start then? Where to start? There are so many things to unpack there. You said you followed some of the plague doctors into a crypt in the graveyard. Did you find out anything of why they were there, what they were doing down there, perhaps?
Unfortunately not. I had to turn into a rat. Well, I didn't have to, but I had the spell option and chose that as to be as stealthy as possible, but I guess that was a bit wrong to choose. I should have just been myself, but I went down there as a rat. There was these weird bird-like creatures and stuff like that. They made I think they made me feel like a bit creepy. I went down further. I think I spotted some other rats, and they were going out and about into the graveyard and out of the graveyard. I ended up following them, I think, and suddenly I was out in the graveyard again. Polymorph thing is a I don't know if you know that spell, but that's a weird spell.
Can't say that I am versed in magic in that sense. I have a bit of the ability to change my shape, but nothing akin to that. I maintain my will and mental functions when I do so.
Lucky you, I guess.
Well, I suppose it is unfortunate that you weren't able to learn whatever they may have been doing down there, but all the while, maybe it is also best that you chose the safer option rather than potentially risk being found out.
Well, yeah. Though I'm usually very confident about my stealth skills, but
Then you said you met up with another member of individual of your party, and referred to as he. Would it be that Demetrius fellow that we ventured into the graveyard with? Or is there another
yes,
member? Okay.
yes, Demetrius.
The one who went missing not long after that.
Yeah, I think. Well, when we were in the graveyard, you also noticed that he, at that one point, was missing, and we heard that music and everything, well, or shouting or whatever, and he was trying to lure the plague doctors and stuff like that away from us.
I see.
So, either, since, like I said, I didn't really see him at the moment when Elvarn saw him, like, a few moments ago, but can can you like do mind tricks, like make us see something that isn't there?
Innately, I do not believe so, but that's not to say that there can't be a vampire that is also versed in the arcane or any other trade or specialty, really. So it's not beyond the realm of possibility that one can be both a spellcaster and a vampire.
So there could be a small chance that it could have been just an illusion or something.
Could be. I personally doubt it, though. From what I have seen, from what I know of my uncle and his consort, they do very well seem the type to parade around any of their pets that they tend to enjoy. All the more reason that they need to be dealt with, especially if it will lead to not only the freeing of who knows how many that they have turned or have taken as their mental slaves, but also Demetrius, too. I can't be sure which category he falls into.
I know even less, but so I guess I have to take your word for it.
Well, as I attempt to think of more questions or possible answers to what you have presented me with, let me pose one of my own. The amulets that were being worked on for the four of you, they are completed, I believe. Took a lot out of poor old woman, and she's resting at the moment, regaining her strength. She spent countless hours straight working on them to have them ready. Beyond that, have you decided who will join you at your side in the coming conflict?
I don't. Things happen so fast and everything. I don't think we came to any conclusion with that. So if you want, I can contact Durand and Eleven like right now.
It seems like they must be dealing with a lot themselves. I wouldn't mind meeting face to faces again. But if that is not possible, I understand, and therefore I would hope that you would bring the amulets to the rest of yours, just in case we're not able to convene before the plan goes into motion. Know that I would very much like to stand by you in taking down my uncle and his thralls. All the still, I do not wish to trade one form of subjugation for another, and were the temple to know more about me, know more about my identity, I fear I would be persecuted by them.
Yeah, I mean, I do understand that, and I kinda. Well, the temple is all being like, yeah, we don't really want to work with you, and well, and everything. And I mean, I understand both sides, but I guess this is kind of a case of the enemy of my enemy is my friend, but all kinds of things.
I am just as bad as the enemy.
The diaries, I guess, yeah, but like I don't really have the right words for this or anything.
Alright. If I could be candid, moral reasonings aside, I do feel as if My personal skill set would be more of value in a fight than anyone the temple could offer, especially when dealing with those of my kind. I understand them far more than any of them could, despite what they may think.
I guess I would have to take your word on that, I suppose, because I haven't dealt with your kind of before, and, well, I haven't really heard anyone else deal with your kind before either, so.
Well, hopefully, when this is all said and done, that will continue to be the case.
Um, well, I mean, I guess I could still contact Rand and Olavorn and see what they think about it, and maybe ask if they would still come over here, even though Olavorn was really wanting to go to the temple. And, well, yeah, I'm just at that moment I'm just going to go for the price, and then are you guys at the temple already? And I don't. Do you? Would you guys be too? Would it be too bad if you guys would come over here? I mean, I can always come back there with the pendants, but there's just so much to talk about.
So, before that message goes through, there is time where Ellaborn and Durand are just walking back to the temple. Do you do so in silence? Hello?
Ella is just, angry beyond words at the situation she was just in. And the whole thing in general, so she's not really talking. She's just breathing. She's still breathing, and she's walking in a direction.
Fair enough.
Well, we haven't made it back to the temple yet. I'll inform Harry of that.
Okay.
Well, if we're just going with Mary's message comes through, then Ella will just turn around and start walking in the direction they came from, not saying anything. Just about face angrily and continue walking.
Let's just changing courses like
Instant changing directions, just whatever. Walks right past you, almost shoulder checks you, Durand.
random.
And about 20 minutes later, Sanak and Durand and Ellavorn join the two of you. Glad you could make it. I hear that you've had quite the eventful evening. Please come and sit down. Is there anything I could do to maybe take a bit of the edge of the night off?
Olivorn is silent, cannot even meet his gaze or greet him properly. She's just there.
Okay.
I appreciate it, but I don't think there's anything you could do in particular.
Very well. If there is something that comes to mind, do not hesitate to ask. Now, as Naradian and I were discussing, there are, well, things that she portrayed to me, that she conveyed to me about the events of the night, and questions that I still had concerning our path forward together, or perhaps not. Have you put thought into that, and have you come to a conclusion?
plenty of thought, though. I don't know if we'd have a complete conclusion.
Well, and he goes and he produces a box that has the 4 enchanted amulets in them. A small engraving on the back side of each pendant with the names of, well, who gave the blood and who they're intended for. One for each of you, plus arrows.
I'll hold on to that, I guess.
I was gonna suggest it. Stop reading my mind.
Mm-mm-mm.
What did Bahamut give the power to read minds?
At what level does he do that?
22.
Damn it.
22.
So as you take that and put it into the bag of holding, there's a few moments of silence. The awkwardness of it is not shown on Alexander's face.
You knew.
What did I know?
You know what you are. You know what they are. How did you just leave everybody and everything for so long?
It's not that simple, Elevon.
It's not. I'm going to look up at him.
He meets your gaze. Doesn't avert it. There's no change in attitude or emotion, just as if stating fact. No, it's not that simple.
And
You-
Elevorn's eyes well over with tears and she continues to look at him. He was right there, and I couldn't do anything.
I understand it must be difficult. It must hurt, but all the same, that does not change what it is we have to do. If anything, that means now we must do it even more. There's more of a reason. At least there's confirmation that he is still with us in one way or another. And to bring him back, to have any hope of bringing him back, we have to go through those that took him, that changed him, the same people, that same person that changed me. So just as I fight for my own personal freedom from Logain, so too will it be for that of Demetrius's freedom. And the freedom of everyone that they have taken. Worthy. I hope you are not upset with me.
His freedom. You think he's like you are?
Unfortunately, there's no way to tell, especially considering he was out at nighttime. The subservience, the obedience shown by one simply enthralled mentally, and one who has been turned and are in the beginning stages of their existence in this curse. It's difficult to differentiate the two. That would depend on how many freedoms the one who bears the leash wishes to give.
And hearing this, Oliver just collapses on the floor and cries.
I'll just go over to Elevorn and try to console her and hug her and
You, as well as I, are in the unfortunate position of knowing you have someone you care about personally, and you know their condition, you know their predicament. There are so many others whose family, whose friends, children lie in the same predicament as Demetrius. But none of them have that burden of knowledge that we do. All the same, it's just as important that we loose them from their binds as well. You asked me how I could have left, knowing what they are, knowing what I am, and honestly, Elevorn, if I could have stayed, if I could have fought, I would never have left in the first place. That is not the nature of what I am. I could not fight. I could not resist any more than I could have resisted. It was all I took just to get away. To get away and foster the strength needed to come back with any semblance of hope of standing against the man that made me what I am.
He is not a man. He is a monster.
Looking down at his own hands.
And it doesn't make you a monster. As far as I know. I mean, who knows what you've done. I can't judge based on... I'm not judging you. I don't know enough. But I've seen enough of what he has done, what his wife has done. He is a monster. He is a monster.
Yes, that much is for certain. Just slowly nods and again.
You didn't choose this. Nobody has chosen this. He chose this, if anything. And if he didn't choose, then why would he inflict it on others? You know, only someone who chose would do that, right? Right? I look up at him.
Absolutely. Nobody who's not corrupt, not bent on control would subject anybody to this. That's the only reason. Only one I could fathom why anybody would put another fellow man through the same torment of this curse.
At this point, Eleanor is struggling really hard not to tell him the extent of the curse he's under.
Okay. See. He holds the gaze with Elevorn, who's still on the floor for a while longer before moving it briefly to Nedadion and then over to Duen. Then just down at his own folded hand. Without looking up, whatever choice you make, whatever ally you decide to bring with you, I know it will be a well thought out decision on your part. I just hope that I, in some capacity, be able to see this through to the end. And as selfish, vengeful even as it may be, to see the end of my uncle with my own eyes, preferably by my own hand.
Ella's going to look a bit around and just kind of like nudge him if he isn't looking at her. I don't know if we can. Can we trust the temple?
I would say the convictions of the temple are something probably similar. Alexander's want for revenge, so less personal, but probably the same.
No, I mean, I know they will help us fight, anything that is. That's the problem.
Yes. Yeah. That would be a problem.
If everything that, is not human or whatever becomes a target.
It can be a hindrance for us if our exact objective isn't the same.
Like, if Demetrius isn't just himself anymore, if he is also cursed, they will attack him. Because why wouldn't they?
Most likely. Yeah.
So they will attack everyone that has been. And they may attack us too, but I mean, it is like when you were charmed, I guess. Kind of.
They can try, but as things stand, in Worthy at least, with it sealed off from the rest of the Empire, from outside aid, I do believe that the temple is vastly outnumbered. And so, when we are successful, those remaining, those who have been turned, who would be targets, I believe would be afforded enough time, at least, to leave Worthy before the hunt would begin. You said you saw many dozens of those homes, many dozens of potentially turned. The temple as it stands right now cannot stand up to that many sheer numbers, and I do not believe that Well, I can speak certainly for myself, but I also do not believe that others new in the curse necessarily would be thrilled about confronting skilled clergymen and women. If anything, getting out of the city would be priority. At least if I can convince any of them, once freed, to follow. That is my intention.
I'm curious that. Well, I'm not sure if you want to tell it or anything, but where would you go from here if we managed to kill your uncle and everything?
No
Like-
place in particular, I wouldn't imagine, wouldn't be safe for us or the others. It's difficult to control the impulses, the urges, the instinct when you are early in the curse. Stick to the wilds, the wildernesses, the unsettled lands, probably, for as long as we could, as long as I could contain them, should they choose to follow, and hopefully many do. Attempt to teach them that independence that I had to claw and fight for. And eventually perhaps find our place, but truly, honestly, there probably can never be a place for one such as myself. And perhaps it is for the betterment of the living.
Mm. Well, I don't really know what to say except that, who knows, maybe eventually, even though, like, according to you, if once your uncle is killed, the mind control, or whatever you want to call it, is broken and everybody is free from that. Maybe eventually there would be some way to cure you guys. Like, completely.
Is hopeful, ambitious, but should we play it cautiously? Should we play it safely? And should we avoid those that would wish to exterminate us? Well, I imagine we have plenty of time. So is there anything else for Alexander? Do you guys have the amulets? You guys want to head back to the temple? Is there any more words, questions, talking points to be had here?
I got nothing.
Delan, Delavan?
Were we going to go see this guy tonight?
It's too late for that at this point.
This. I could go to the bar whatever time I want.
Yeah, you could go and search for him if you want, but you know he's there at at sundown, and it is hours past sundown right now.
And you're in your dragonborn form, and
You're not a good.
My
You're not
dragonborn form? My normal form?
Your
Yeah.
dragonborn form. Your dragon born form. Your dragonborn fawn.
you
Okay.
speak kind of English.
A dog.
Oh, speak English. I speak Draconic.
Habla English.
Common.
English, por favor.
Draconic.
Halfling.
Okay. Fine, speak Draconic.
Yeah, go.
Do it.
Do it.
Need a sentence.
No.
Just ad lib.
Yeah.
Ad lib? Yeah, that's a word.
Alright. So, nothing else here for Alexander, so you guys.
No, wait. So, Elvorn, having calmed down a little bit and being like, okay, so I was really angry and probably shouldn't have said that stuff.
Quite alright.
But look, and I'm going to show him Artat and Kina, and Risey, in the palm of my hand using prestidigitation.
Mm-hmm.
There's a place for them. And then I'll show him, Grim Grum.
Yep.
And by a place, she means that it's a place among humans. Like, with us and, well, other humans and humanoids and whoever.
And I'll show him the kobolds and their cool stuff they made for Korvac.
A small smile cracks at Alexander's lips. Perhaps, in time, would not wish to have such a place ruined by those who cannot control themselves.
We have cows. I mean, if you don't kill them, if you can just drink a little.
With time, he repeats. This
That wasn't-
This place, you can see there's still a little smirk. Where is it? Kind of looking at your prestidigitations as they go.
Neri is looking at Durand and a little bit on the Elvorn and then back to Durand.
It's Embervale. It was just a little. I'll show him what it looked like when I first went there.
Okay.
Just the little 5 houses in a clearing,
Mm-hmm.
the edge of the woods. And now it is and just be look at it now, and it just kind of is a pen. If I can keep just kind of flashing an
Sure.
overview of it, there's the
Yep.
farms,
It's some achievement. Should be proud of it.
Well, it was to fight this, and then I show him Korvac.
That's a story I would like to hear one day.
something we can probably discuss peacefully once this is all over.
Certainly.
Definitely.
So, maybe not right now, but maybe eventually. You know.
It would take time. That is for certain. After a while, he does present those who initially disagreed. He asks again if you would like refreshments and provides those if you do request them.
Oh, where is Andrea?
She's resting. She has spent most of the past couple days making sure that the amulets, the pendants that Daran now holds, were completed for you, as well as
Should
Era, wherever she may be.
should I check on her? Oh, Era's in Amberfield. You could see her.
With time. With time.
Prestidigitation Era. Oh, right now.
He averts his gaze. Anyways.
I'll go to a corner and draw a picture of Era. Whatever Alexander and Durand and Elvorn are doing.
Yeah, that's what you're just spending your time sketching Era?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent.
And once it's finished, I guess I'll give it to Alexander.
I was gonna look at
There
her
is a
and-
little. There is a little instigator today, I see.
What do you mean just today?
Yeah, just today.
I get vegetable breakfast. This guy gets a picture of Era. Like, she's on a roll today. She's a little rat. She's a little rat.
A literal sometimes, yes.
I believe this is good enough sign to say that our business is probably concluded for the evening, no?
So you didn't like Era?
I would not say that upon meeting and interacting with you that any ill feelings were harbored towards any individual.
So you do like her? Ella smiles a little.
Good.
Yes, you're about to tell me that now is not the time, Elhorn. I'm like shaking my finger. But when is the time? There's no time for this. That is why it's important.
Were, hypothetically, I to be interested in any form of engagement of the like, there's a necessary order of things that must be attended to. Your friend Neladian here brought up an interesting point of perhaps a chance somewhere, knowledge yet uncovered, to undo this. I feel like that must take priority, and even before that, assisting those that have been converted against their will and are young and impulsive and uncontrolling of these impulses. Assisting them in establishing control takes priority over that. So, it's as you say. The issue is time.
Yeah, but if she knew that you wanted to hear from her, maybe you guys could talk. You know, also, she is good at researching things. Maybe she could help you. It could be multi-purposeful.
Good night, Alexander. It's been a pleasure, my friend, seeing you as always.
Out of character.
Land,
God
it
damn it,
is
Nemo,
very
you read my mind.
nice to see Elevorn in good spirits again.
Enjoy the evening. I will see you again tomorrow.
You guys either walk out or are ferried out as Alexander stands and smirk on his face. Wave as you guys exit.
Elevorn's got her arms crossed. She's like,
Just looking back over her shoulder as Duran's kind of escorting her out, just yelling back things about, she could say things that she's gonna read.
She could do this. She could do that.
And she's basically a monster herself.
Oh. No.
that most certainly will not come out of Elevorn's mouth. Voice in the
It
sky.
would not have come out of her mouth. Absolutely not.
You stupid voice in the sky, stop saying stuff like that. Also, Nemo, you read my mind with that whole thing that Era could help him.
Exactly. It could be very beneficial. Like, they could both be happy because they get to, like, be cutesy with somebody, but also, useful research.
Yeah.
Alright. So you guys head back to the temple.
If they allow us in.
Neridion and Elevorn gossiping all the way. Discussing theories on the relationship between Era and Alexander. As Duran is like, just wait till we're inside again, please. And you guys are just oblivious.
Hey, I am admiring Alexander. I have a newfound admiration for him and his dedication. To his responsibilities.
Oh, great. Now Elevorn thinks that Duran's gonna end up with Alexander.
Oh no.
I don't know.
No.
No.
Stop. That's unholy, literally.
Alright. Well, you guys get back to the temple. Pendants in hand. You can spend some time to identify them and then attune if you wish. I'll get you guys that, and you can choose what you want to switch out if you feel it's worth it to switch out any, but you just grab your respective ones and look at it, and you can see the clear basically glass container that is within the center of this pendant that is partially filled with the crimson liquid of your own blood, each individually. You spend some time with them, you spend some time talking with each other, and then eventually you all get the night's rest. And that's where we'll pick up next week.
Always next week.
Always next week. No,
Is it next week?
Roland today, and that
Is it-
we're confronting him in the bar because everything including and after just the random plague doctors walking into the graveyard, I had no idea what was gonna happen, and I didn't plan any of it.
Improv.
Improv.
Of course, because why the fuck would you have planned for us to go practice fucking shooting a bow
right?
in the grid?
I mean,
You're welcome.
and this is D&D.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's really just improv.
That's how it's supposed to go. I
So
just want to get to combat again, man. I was like, we need some combat.
I did combat.
Oh, yeah. You rolled an attack roll. You did it. You critted.
I did 3 attack rolls. And I even got a crit. I literally am 32% chance to crit right now.
Is that how that works, huh?
Yeah, we got a 32% chance to crit. That never
Awesome.
happens.
so next Thursday.
Works for me. Is next weekend not good for you? Is that the weekend? Yeah.
No, next weekend is fine, but aren't we gonna try to do 2 sessions per week?
Wait, when was that a thing? I mean, I'm
Oh,
down.
I thought it was
I
making Zen
thought
do
we talked
something
about
else on
it.
the side.
No.
Oh, making me do something else on the side. As
No,
long as
it
it's not
wasn't.
you that has.
You want
I mean,
me to do something else on the side? I can stream every day, brother.
we
It just
I
won't
mean,
be
we
D and
did
D
talk
related.
about the whole thing that we maybe would stream twice a week, or do D&D stuff twice a week.
I'm okay with it.
Might be 2 sessions per week, or just something on Thursdays.
I'm okay with 2 sessions a week. I'm okay with doing some.
I'm
just
fine with
get
2
around and
sessions per week too at the moment, because I got nothing. I have no life.
Excellent, excellent. Good to hear. That's
I'm a vampire.
Shit. I didn't see that coming.
Oh shit, it's out now. It's really out there. It's on. Where's
I'm
the
not
stream?
supposed to let them know yet, Neri. We're supposed to reveal that to them later. That the Night Keepers were a secret organization of vampire thieves headed by the Marion. And
Left half an hour earlier from work.
Vampire this whole time.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, I thought it was also by 2. That's
Alright. Good night.
At least
What's
next
up?
Saturday.
At least. Maybe once more. What's up, Nemo?
I was gonna ask if maybe I know it's probably not very cool, but I don't know if maybe we could adjust the time slightly on Thursday to make it better so that we could do it for anybody or something.
Well, for me, it's pretty much fine almost any time, even our normal time. But I guess it would all come down to you 3. So, if you guys want to do something on Thursday, you guys figure it out the time and let me know.
Okay.
Well, that's what I was trying to do right now because we're on the call together and we can, figure out time and
Thursday
such.
doesn't work for me.
Booby pants.
Thursday, yeah, actually, no, never mind. Thursday might work for me.
I was gonna say, just tell them that no. Just say no.
Right now I have a job that goes Wednesday night into Thursday morning.
Just tell them no.
I can't.
Ah.
I don't know. I think it was Wednesday. You left for work at 6 or something and got back at 7 in the morning.
Yes.
And then you slept for 4 hours and went to work again.
Yep.
Oof.
Fun.
Wait.
Fun times.
Makes me want to kick somebody.
Don't kick me again.
You.
You guys need to get those boxing
Punching bag?
punching bags, so you can kick them and punch them.
Instead of punching and kicking me? Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I'm down for that.
Don't. What? You make me sound like I'm physically hurting you, and I'm not. I
To
do
be honest, Nimue, I could never see you hurting anybody.
That's why she was
Physically at
when
least.
Ellaborn was being angry and violent. She's like, "What is this?"
That's Ellaborn.
Mm,
We're talking about real life stuff now.
Same thing.
No.
No.
Anyways, I'm really exhausted, so if you guys want to do something on Thursday, just let me know.
Yeah.
I'll
About it.
I'm probably fine, but I need to go to bed because I've been up since 8 a.m. and it's 16 past 7 a.m.
Oh dear.
Thank you for playing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And have a good night.
Good night.
Bye bye.